as the Nijavatara, the physical form of the Meenakshi. And the Archa Avatar reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the superconscious energy. But human beings are unfortunately not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archa Avatar directly. And so the avatar comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of conscious energy in all of us. And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. And this influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process as well as improves immunity to disease. And during the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform all of our lives. And during the Bhava Samadhi darshan, another natural phenomenon which takes place in all human beings is the mirroring of neurons. So our neurons mirror that of the avatar. And the mirroring of neurons activate the process of all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. So that is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And the Akashic readings is not a prediction, it is readings from the cosmic archives beyond space, where creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time, the past, present, and future start, but because the Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, no future, no present, and no future. That is why what you call is happened, happening, and yet to happen is clearly already recorded in the Akashic records. And now, let us understand more about who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is, the one who is giving us this pure and great science of BHAVASAMADHI darshan. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of manifestation, yoga, and temple based universities a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam
of the Kanchi Kailasa Satyamikam, is the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Sarangi Samrajam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Shamala Pita Satyamikam, and is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Attalakada, the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swarga Pramadinam, and is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, and has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles, and it has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, and has over 10,000 hours of discourses delivered, and has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, the Jain Sutras, and many more.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also honored as a leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. and is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas and Rudras, Rishis and Rishikas, Bhairavas and Bhairavis, and Sannyas, and is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries, and is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, is the founder reviver of over 170 pitas, and is the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. And now, with that, we will be moving to the next segment of this program, where all of us will be seeing a live demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So today, the Valasans, the Nithyananda yogis, and the initiate disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be demonstrating and sharing with all of you the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation awakened in us through the Diksha by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in today's BHAVASAMADHI Darshan, all of you will also be receiving the initiations into the Third Eye Awakening, along with many other powers, with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you will all be manifesting the powers of Third Eye Awakening as well, which is of third eye, which is seen with eyes blindfolded, as well as many other powers such as body scanning, remote vision, teleportation, materialization, levitation, and much more. And for those of you who might be wondering where exactly the third eye is located, so the third eye is a cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you would with your two eyes. So now let us understand more about what exactly are these Shaktis, which we are speaking about, how they manifest, and what is their source. So in the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. And manifesting powers are described by Paramashiva and the Vedas and Agamas as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various sciences and various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. And these Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and you need to manifest the divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. Now, some of you might have heard the term called Siddhis, as it's a very common term used for any type of extraordinary manifestation. So let's look at the exact difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. The Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru under a source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment and on the path of enlightenment. And the Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation by the avatar and are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from enlightenment. And the source of all these Shaktis, Paramashiva, is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. And as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the five cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Sthiti, which is sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, which is rejuvenation, Trubhava, which is pulling out a delusion, and Anugraha, which is liberating grace for all living entities. And now, the avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has come down as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva and the representative of Paramashiva. and is also the reviver of Kailasa. So Kailasa is the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation and the great cosmic warless Hindu nation. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. And it was where the science of enlightenment and power manifestation was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the first time in the modern day, the supreme point of Hinduism is reviving these yogic powers, these yogic sciences, and transmitting it to the world at a record breaking pace which is never accomplished before. And all of this knowledge, all of these sciences are passed down from one generation to the next through the science of Diksha, initiation by enlightened gurus. And in Sanskrit, it is called the Guru Parampara, which is the lineage of gurus. And the supreme point of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age by his gurus, was trained and taught into these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashiva Vijnana, and much more. And now let's see how we can awaken these Shaktis in us. How can we awaken these divine Shaktis in us and manifest them ourselves? So the supreme point of Hinduism beautifully says that every ultimate truth, jnana, is mapped into your consciousness, prajna, and manifests as a possibility and power of every being, prajna. And the science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences or pramanas. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. And then the next is the Apta Pramana, which are the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, where the Vedic rishis and scientists have time tested and verified these sciences. And the third is the Atma Pramana, which is an account from the life of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And then the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Now, some of you might be wondering what exactly are these Vedas and Agamas in which Paramashiva has described all of these, has revealed all of these sciences in a very elaborate way. So the Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus and are pure science where the ultimate truth are explained. And the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology and the applied sciences are expanded. So the Vedas and Agamas, the Veda Agamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. And a reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. So now, let us get ready to witness a very unique and very exciting demonstration of the powers of third eye. After we go through the Pramana for its first power, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. So the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantarmanonyasya तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोदार्द्यात् lakshye lakshyamuttama. And the translation for this verse is, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the ground center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. And the next is the Apta Pramana, where Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of Teda. Beautifully, Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, Natumam shakyase drashtu manenaiva svachakshisha Divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashya me yogameshwaram. So Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. So, this comes from when Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye during the revelation of the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita. He initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye so Arjuna can behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And this verse is from the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form. And it is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye. And the next is the Atma Pramana in Swamiji's own words. He says, the first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 directions, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of that as me. And here you can all see the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So here you can see study measures were done on the brainwaves of the Supreme Court of Hinduism using a positron emission tomography, a PET scan. And it was measured that when doing daily activities, there is high activity measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. And now we will be getting into the Sakshi Pramana where this rare and sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to all of us for humanity for our ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And as the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all the bounds of time, space, and matter. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure and great science of third eye awakening, along with many other spiritual sciences, to the world through the science of Diksha initiation to billions of people. And everyone who has been initiated into these sciences have actually experienced and witnessed the profound results and extraordinary manifestation in their day-to-day lives. So now, let us get ready to witness a live Sakshi Pramana, a live demonstration of the powers of third eye. Yes. So now let us get into the live demonstration of sound. So here with me, I have this eye band. In front, it is a thick opaque plastic sheet, and in the back, there is thick black sponge which will not allow any type of light to enter around the eyes. You can all see the eye band, and into these two sockets over here, my eyes will be going into, and this eye band will also be covering the bridge of the nose. So this eye band is actually certified by ophthalmologists, and it's usually given for people who are suffering from insomnia, and it's given to them so they can have a better sleep. So this eye band will be put on my eyes by a volunteer, and once that is done, any of you watching us live on YouTube, you can put your live comments in the chat box, in the live chat box. You can put anything that you would like me to read, and I will be reading out your comments. So now a volunteer will be putting on this eye band for me, and all of you can see as the eye band is being put. You can put a different title. It's in center. It's towards. Yes. So now the I band has been put. I will be turning to my right, left, up, and down. So all of you can see that the I band has been put. There's no gaps anywhere. And now the YouTube comments will be projected in front of me, and we'll also be projecting it for all of you. Yes, so we have the first comment from Kritananda, who is Yashodhan Kulkarni, who has put Nithyananda. And then Nirosha Jayashekara has asked if is the darshan finished. Yes, sir. Today in the last night, in last night's program, we had the alive Sundareshwara BHAVASAMADHI darshan, and we are now starting again with the Parashakti Akashic readings. Yes, and anyone else also who would like to put your comments, you can put your comments. It can be anything. It can be a sequence of emojis, numbers, letters, words, sentences. It can even be something that does not make sense at all. So any of you watching us right now, you can post anything. You can post anything that you would like me to read. Well, it can be something that you think I may not be able to read, but through the third eye, Parameshwar will surely show what is the comment. So you can post a different language, or you can put scientific terms that you think I may not be able to read. And especially if you're skeptical about this power, you can put your comments as well. And after this, we will also be having the power of body scanning. So anyone who would like a body scan also, you can put your comments. So anyone watching us on Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, you can put in your comments. Any of you watching us right now, you can put in your comments. Yes, and here with me I have this Bhagavad Gita decoded book. And in front of all of you, I will be opening a random page from this book. So this book has more than 1,000 pages. So I will be opening a random page in front of all of you and be reading the contents of that page. You can maybe stop the screen share. All of you can see the page is open. So I will be opening a random page from this book. So I've opened a page. And now I'll be reading the contents of this page. So this is page number 804 and 805. On page number 804, the page number is not there, but on page 805, the page number is there. And on this page, it says, "I wish to see your divine form." And then, so this is the 11th chapter, and it gives translation for the first 4 verses, and then Swamiji's commentary. So it says 11.1. Arjuna says, "O Lord, by listening to your wisdom on the supreme secret of existence and your glory, I feel that my delusion has disappeared." Then 11.2, "O lotus-eyed Krishna, I have listened from you in detail about your creation and destruction of all living beings, also your inexhaustible greatness." Then 11.3, "O Parameshvara, Lord Supreme, though you are here before me, as you have declared yourself, I wish to see the divine cosmic form of yours, Purushottama, Supreme Being." 11.4, "O Prabhu, my Lord, if you think it is possible for me to see your cosmic form, then please, O Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga and all mystic powers, kindly show me that imperishable universal self." And then the commentary says, "In the minds of many, Krishna is considered an incarnation. It is this chapter that Krishna reveals himself as not just an incarnation, but as also the very source from which everything flows. He is the source of all sources, the cause of all causes, the source of all the worlds and universes." Arjuna has already listened from Krishna about everything that he needs to do. Arjuna's questions have all disappeared. His doubts, his incompletions, and delusions have dissolved. In the previous chapter, Krishna explains to Arjuna who he really is. It is not that Arjuna is not aware of the greatness of Krishna and his divinity. It is based on his deep faith in Krishna that Arjuna chose to have the master assist him unarmed as his charioteer, while Duryodhana chose Krishna's vast Yadava army. So all of you can see the page. And this is page number 805. And anyone else also who would like to put in your comments, you can put in your comments. And let us maybe read one more page from the Bhagavad Gita, as the Bhagavad Gita is a vast topic and Swamiji has written this book. So let us open another random page and see what Swamiji has to say. So I've opened a page and now I'll be reading this page. So this is page number 1124 and 1125. And it says, "You see, we are a part of the whole. If we fail in tune, we think the whole behaves as a friend. The moment we think, discriminate, or behave with the whole is in the opposite way, it acts like an enemy. Be very clear, the whole is not here to kill or destroy us. An example is what happens when a person dies of drowning. The dead body floats. The dead body is heavier than water, yet it floats. But a living body that is lighter than water does not float, it drowns. Why is that so? As long as we are living, we are unable to relate with water. Our ego prevents that. Our mind prevents that. In the dead body, there is no mind and no ego. It is the mind and ego that causes our heaviness. When when we are in completion with the collective consciousness, when we become a part of the collective consciousness, nature is our friend and nature protects us. When we think that we are different from nature, as long as we think that we are an individual consciousness, nature protests against us. If we disappear into the collective consciousness, we are protected and taken care of. We attain complete success, not only socially and economically, but we experience it as well. It will be a feeling of fulfillment, a experience of complete completion. A small story. Once there were two ants sitting on the rim of a cup that contained Amrita, the nectar of immortality. As they were taking, one of the ants lost his balance and was about to fall into the cup. He somehow managed to get back on the rim. The other ant asked him, "Why don't you want to fall into the cup? Even if you drown in this, you will become only immortal." The first ant replied, "But I don't want to drown." We don't realize that merging with the collective consciousness will liberate us in totality. We resist and hold on to ourselves as long as we do not disappear into the collective consciousness. We continuously create hell for ourselves and for others. The third truth, at the ultimate level, at the spiritual level, the moment we understand that we are deeply connected, totally connected to the whole group, to the whole universe, not only do we experience bliss, but we live. We really live, opening many dimensions of our being. Right now, we are stressed out and disturbed continuously with our separate body mind. We need to think too much. We need to try to we need to try too hard to enjoy life. If we disappear into collective consciousness, hand we open many dimensions, many possibilities. See now, with only this one body we can enjoy so much. Imagine what we can do when we have many bodies. If the multitudes of bodies increase, so does the joy, the bliss. This is our experience when we realize that we are a part of collective consciousness. When we experience that we are boundaryless consciousness, we experience the infinity. It is difficult to imagine when we experience the feeling of non-duality, Advaita, or collective consciousness. When we experience the bliss of collective consciousness, we forget differences of name, wealth, social status, and prestige. Whatever we think of ourselves disappears, and the truth of who we are is revealed. And there are two more paragraphs after it as well. So all of you can see the two pages. Now, some of you might be wondering how exactly this power is manifested or how we see. So, the first and foremost step is by connecting in oneness with Swamiji. So, you just connect in the space of oneness with Swamiji, with Paramashiva, and whatever is in front of you will be revealed in the third eye. Yes, now we have a comment from Bhakti Vasyananda who has put Nithyanandan. Yes, Nithyanandama. And for various people, it comes in various ways. Sometimes it shows as it is, and sometimes it shows in different ways as pictures or words. So you can get the initiation and manifest this power yourself, and you will be able to manifest. This power is available for everyone just through the simple science of initiation. And yes, now we have another comment from Bhakti Vasyananda who has put clapping loudly, ma, and an exclamation mark, and then a smiley emoji. Yes, ma. And even I'm sure that you can manifest these Shaktis, and I'm sure you would have already had an experience of these Shaktis. Is there anyone else also watching us? You can put your comments. It can be anything that you would like me to read. Yes, now Ma Bhaktivasi has put another comment saying, yes, Ma, Swamiji blesses abundantly. Yes, Swamiji does bless everyone in abundance, very abundantly, whether it's wealth, health, anything. Yes, now we have a comment from Siranji who has put hi and namaskar emoji and a heart emoji. Okay, yes. Now with this, I thank all of you who have joined us for the power manifestation segment, and we will now be moving on to further segments. But before that, now this IBAN will be removed, and all of you can see as the IBAN is being removed by a volunteer, you can see that there will be nothing added removed from the IBAN. So I request the volunteer to now remove the IBAN. Yes, and before that, we have another comment from our Bhaktivasiyananda who has put blissful Kalashtami Day, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And the Nityananda actually is missing the N in second N in the Nanda. Yes. Can I request the volunteer to remove the I? Yes. So all of you can see the IBAN has been removed. There is nothing added or removed from the IBAN. It is just as it was before. And now, with that, we will be moving on to the further segments of this program. I once again thank all of you who have joined us for this common precision segment. In the interest of time, we will now be moving to the further segments of this program, where we will be learning more about Devi Parashakti, who is Devi Parashakti, and much more. So we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness in this next segment. Yes. So now we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness. And we will be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. And I will be chanting the verse now. Sindhura Runa Vigraham Trinayana Manikya Spurate तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीमापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation for this verse is: the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jeweled cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which also comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka, says: अरुणां करुणां तरङ्गताक्षीं धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् अनिमादिभिरावृतामयुकैः रहमित्येव विभावये भवानीम्. And the translation for this is: I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for rays, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source power, and the source energy from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully reveals how she is manifesting as the Nijavatar of Supreme Consciousness. She beautifully says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashorasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashorasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashorasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti continues to reveal, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let us see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So you can receive her in a very traditional way. You can keep two betel leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who might be wondering what exactly a coin is considered as or what is its importance, in the Hindu tradition, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina. It is usually given as offerings in temples or even during any ritual anywhere. It is given to the people, or even if you see someone for the first time, it is given to receive them. And it can be the lowest value. In India, it can be just one paisa, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paisa is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar, offer your gratitude, and eat the banana, the beet leaf, and the beet nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And this beetle leaf and beetle nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshans for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And here you can all see how you can set up your tambulam. So you can arrange the two beet leaves, one banana, one beetle nut in a coin in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. You can also keep a few additional items such as a few flowers, kumkum, turmeric, glass bangles, and a coconut. But the four basic items is the beet leaves, the beetle nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can keep it, you can arrange it on a plate and keep it in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. The next time you are setting up to receive Devi Parashakti, when you are getting ready for the darshan, you can set up your own set of tambulam to receive Devi Parashakti in a very traditional way. So, with that, we now come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive Devi Parashakti in a very traditional way. And we will now be moving to the next segment of this program where we will all be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings for all of us on all the various problems that the world is going through today, and what Devi Parashakti has revealed on the cause and solution for these problems, and how important it is for us to follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed. So, in this next segment, we will now be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings. Yes. So let us first look at the compassion of the avatar. So in the Guru Paduka Stotra, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padukas, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. So the first verse of the Guru Paduka Stotra beautifully says, अनंत संसार समुद्रतार नौकायिताभ्यां गुरुभक्तिदाभ्यां वैराग्य साम्राज्य पूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्री गुरुपादुकाभ्यां. And the translation for this verse is salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. And many of us feel stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during the pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic, and our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters, and social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate need and a dire need of hope.
And the Cosmic Mother has come to alleviate the suffering of humanity. And it is at this time that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya, the cosmic blue. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each and every one of our prayers, granting boon, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. Devi who's not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large.
And Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, and natural disasters such as fires, floods, storms, and etc. And even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet.
In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and to start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness.
So let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings on the 30th of April 2021 on the 8 methods to protect yourself from coronavirus.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாய் வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4 நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5 சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6 நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள் 8 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்.
Yes. Now let us look at these 8 methods that Devi Parashakti has revealed, translated into English. Oh, humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by the fire walk, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Doing the ajapa of
Doing the ajapa japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in heels and going to sleep. Being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Purana that blossoms as Aham Aham, in the state of Ananda Purana. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. You with me, you as me as you. You will live good life. Even if you do one of these 8 ways, I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful.
And in the above revelation, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of humanity from COVID-19. In this segment, we will go through each of these methods and understand more deeply the benefits of each method.
So let's look at the first method where Devi Parashakti reveals about praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day.
And science has extensively studied the benefits of meditation, and Healthline has published the 12 science-based benefits of meditation, which include reducing stress, controlling anxiety, promoting emotional health, enhancing self-awareness, lengthening the attention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addiction, it can improve sleep, it helps control pain, it can decrease the blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. And the U.S. A study was done by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and it shows that meditation has a direct benefit for our both physical as well as our mental health.
And another study done by Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during the times of crisis such as COVID-19. So here you can see the study done by Cambridge University Press.
And a study research published in Everyday Health has shown that prayer and spirituality protect the emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirit, and by helping you cope with difficulties. And a September 2015 report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also made healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. And people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illnesses who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study published in July 2015 in Depression and Anxiety.
Now let us watch a video where the avatar himself directly demonstrates how meditation impacts our brain.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that, because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, And here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here, right in the middle, probably 1.5 to 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a nerve receptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemical. You eat the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for a divine spot. The D also stands for delight and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could at will go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Yes. And now that we've understood the benefits of meditation directly for our minds, let us now look at how prayer is one of the best stress busters as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, everyday puja is an ultimate recharging experience. if you do every day puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Every day puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
Yes, now that we have understood the first method the Devi Parashakti has revealed, let us move to the next method. The second method is surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. And during the Akashic reading, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attend to us individually to our prayers and showers us with blessings. Let us now see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through social media. The first way that you can connect with Devi is through YouTube, so you can go ahead and become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda. And this is a very simple process. You can just go ahead and visit YouTube and visit Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda channel. And then you will see the join button next to the name. You can go ahead and click that. And once you have registered yourself as a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, you can ask your questions during the live Parashakti Akashic reading in the comment section of the live video.
And on Facebook, you can like and follow Kailasa's SPH JGN Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And you can ask your questions in the comment section.
And you can also connect with Devi through Twitter. You can follow at Sri Nithyananda on Twitter and ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag AskTheAvatar.
And on Instagram, you can follow Sri Nithyananda and you can ask your questions in the comments section.
And the last way is to connect with Devi Parashakti through WhatsApp. So you can search kailasa.org and you will see the WhatsApp chat box that pops up. And you can ask your questions directly to Devi through this chat box.
So let us now watch a video, an introduction to Devi Parashakti, and where Devi Parashakti blesses humanity.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி, ஓம் சக்தி.
And now let us look at the third method where Devi Parashakti reveals to do firewalking and worship Devi Parashakti by doing firewalking wherever she is residing.
Yes, and the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed that that firewalking is actually an alchemy process, and he reveals our rishis and munis have been adepts and masters in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they designed is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all because that firewalking time, that small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem. It's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season.
And especially that is done very traditionally and systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problem. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning light charcoal on which you are supposed to walk, with the traditional powerful music which activates your limb system. That mukulam, we call it in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that you will walk. First, you will walk first, awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on the fire. 11 feet fire pit.
Yes, and if you do for one firewalking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Create a Mahamadhyam and do the firewalking. That is it. It's like a traditional, powerful vaccination. pray to Parashakti Mahamari, do the Pache Bhakti Vratam, and do this traditional fire walk. You are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effect vaccination is the Hindu fire walking.
So now let us watch a video where the Supreme Point of Hinduism reveals the science behind firewalking.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet, because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of firewalking.
Yes. Now let us watch a video where the Supreme Point of Hinduism himself does the firewalking.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
Here we have a study that establishes how firewalking increases higher levels of happiness and lower fatigue levels compared to people who have not done firewalking. So this study was conducted by the US National Study of Medicines and National Institutes of Health regarding the various effects and benefits of firewalking. So this is what the study establishes. And here you can also see the study.
And the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is applying turmeric on the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day.
So let us now watch a video where the Supreme Point of Hinduism reveals the benefits of neem juice?
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring Karumari's grace wherever we started ashram. Nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder. If a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand, your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Ajapa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology thinks. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Blessings to all of you. Start manifesting powers. Now,
Now that we've understood the benefits of neem juice, let us now look at turmeric. Research published in National Center for Biotechnology and Information in the US has shown that turmeric has been shown to be a very potent immunomodulator. All of us have heard, and it is very traditionally used anti-inflammatory effect, but this research shows that it is also a potent immunomodulator that can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells. So these are all immune cells, and curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. And research shows that turmeric can modulate the activation of various immune cells, as well as enhance the body's antibody response. And with a strengthened immune system, you'll be much more likely to stay healthy and be able to maintain active lifestyle.
A study by India.com also says that neem can help you in fighting against coronavirus. And it says that it is an important part of Ayurveda, and neem can be effective in dealing with the novel coronavirus infection.
And turmeric, another article published shows that turmeric and neem are effective against coronavirus, according to a KGB study.
And now let us look at the fifth step, where with the Devi Parashakti says, with a complete mind, applying banana peel and onions in the heels before going to sleep.
Yes, so this is a very simple way you can ensure that your whole body is detoxified and you are protected from it. So you just put onion and banana peel in the heel, and then you can put a sock over this and go to sleep at night like this. And there has been an article published in Medical Daily about the detoxifying effects of onion, and it states that onions contain a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onions that recognizable smell, but also the powerful detoxifying agents. And with over 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause eyes to tear, onion can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease, which is why it's very well known in Ayurveda and traditional Hindu medicine for its detoxifying and medicinal purposes. And an article reviewing the detoxifying effects of onion in the Journal of Phytotherapy has stated that compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which include anti-carcinogenic properties, anti-platelet activity, anti-thrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic activity, and antibiotic effects.
And now let us look at the sixth method, which is being in an unclutched state filled with eternal bliss.
So let us understand the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Philosopher of Hinduism himself.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. It's similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above, silently, like Dakshinamurti, and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Yes, now that we have understood the science of unclutching, let us now, if you have a few moments, you can take to experience this science of unclutching. You can sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and intensely chant Mahavakya. And you can do this at any time in your day when you have a few moments. And during this time, do not engage with any thoughts or emotions. Purely let the space of unclutching manifest in you and chant the Mahavakya, the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So when you take a few moments to do this, you can also play the video on YouTube, the Mahavakya on YouTube, so you can enjoy this experience and chant the Mahavakya continuously. And once you have done this, you can actually log your minutes for peace at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. That will be projected in a later slide.
And the next is the seventh step, where Devi Parashakti reveals to do the Ajapa Japa of the cosmic sound Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. So, a study conducted by the US National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting was studied, and the results were the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how doing the Ajapa Japa, the chanting, has a direct and positive benefit for the physical health and mental well-being. And the study correlates that chanting of the Ajapa Japa to the study correlates the chanting of the Ajapa Japa to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy.
Here is the rest of that article. And a study was conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto, which established the intention of human words or thoughts. And this can actually change the molecular structural formation of water. And this research really depicts that when the water is exposed to positive sound vibrations, which we will be seeing in the next slide, that molecular formation in the water actually changes to a very pleasant snowflake-like formation. Whereas when negative sounds or vibrations are exposed to water, it can actually disfigure or disintegrate the water molecule.
And here you can see the pictorial depiction of how the water molecular formations respond to different words being uttered. And this research shows the impact of few words on one glass of water. But imagine what happens inside your body, which is composed of up to 60% of water. So when you chant the Japa Japa, the chanting of the powerful mantra, you can imagine the how your body will respond, how the water in your body will respond. So here you can see how the water molecular formations is there when there's compassion, then with the words thank you, and then wisdom. And you can see the water formations with heavy metal music and with the words that I will kill you or you're a fool. And you can also see the water particles, the molecular formation of water before and after with this prayer.
And so you can take part in the unclutching initiative. As we stated earlier, if you take a few moments to experience the unclutching or even the Ajabat Ajabat, the chanting of the sacred mantra, Shiva Shiva Shiva, you can log your minutes per piece at kailasa.tv/minutes per piece. Each of these initiatives, each of these actions of yours can actually bring so much of change to humanity just by through your individual evolution, your positive thought current, your positive vibration. You can actually bring so much of change. And the Supreme Pontiff News has stated that if 10,000 people can do just for 3 months, we can give such a powerful super conscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity because all of us are interconnected. We are not all islands. These are fundamental truths. When you start unclutching, Kailasa starts experiencing the joy, the bliss of you unclutching. Nothing goes to waste. It's awesome. Again, you can sign up your log your minutes per piece at kailasa.tv/minutes per piece. Yes, and the last method revealed by Devi Parashakti is being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting. In the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as Aham Aham, the Ananda Spurana. So this is the last method revealed by Devi Parashakti, which is an independent standalone method, just like all the other methods. You can use any of these to protect yourself, to protect you and your family from COVID-19. And one of the ways that Devi Parashakti has revealed to protect yourself from COVID-19 is to pray and meditate on Devi Parashakti, to essentially connect with Devi and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti. And the best way to do this is to connecting and offering your love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So you can stay tuned for this next segment where we will understand some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And each of these offerings are a beautiful way for each of you to connect with Devi, to offer your love and gratitude for Devi Parashakti happening in your life. So you can stay tuned for this segment and let us understand the context of an offering. See, it is not that the divine will get anything by an offering, by you offering something. It is not that Swamiji or Devi Parashakti will gain anything, nor is it that you will lose anything if you do not offer. But when you make an offering out of your sincere love and gratitude, you open up your being to receive all of the blessings of Devi Parashakti and Swamiji. See, the best way to receive all of the energy is to open our beings up. And in order to do that, we must allow ourselves to receive everything by, of course, opening up our beings and offering something out of our love and devotion. And this, whether you make an offering or not, Swamiji, Devi Parashakti will continuously shower their blessings upon you. But when you decide to connect and offer something out of your deep gratitude, you will experience that state of oneness. Because an offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, the giving and the accepting. And only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offerings are not made out of fear or out of greed. But when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only
And today, as we get ready to receive Devi Parashakti, let us remember Devi Parashakti through this Dhyana Shloka, which describes her grace and splendor. So this Dhyana Shloka describes Induni Bhaveda Karavani Nayanam Syat Pankajavara Japakshara Sarayuktam Angahimabhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tungamakutojvala Manonvani Swarupam. And the meaning of this verse, it says, moon-like face holding Veda books on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower gracing in blessing hands, and one hand with Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes, and shining crown, her name is Manonmani. And another Dhyana Shloka from the Mula Agama, Manonmani Dhyana, on Devi Parashakti. ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. In the meaning of this verse, I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Veda, lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She's wearing beautiful ornaments. She's worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the various offerings of the Hindu tradition that we offer to the divine, the gold, the divine element of gold, is abundantly displayed and offered in abundance. So let us see the significance of the divine element of gold. From this Shastra Pramana, this verse from Atharva Veda, this verse describes Tredajutam Janmanedam Hiranyam Agnirekam Priyatamam Babhuva Somasya Ikyam Insitasya Parapatata Apamekam Veda Samreta Ahutatte Hiranyam Trividaspa Vaivishe. The translation for this verse: triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and in anyone who sees or operates in its facility. Gold is present in all scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold.
The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So now, let us look at the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti today as you get ready to receive her darshan. These are your special personal gifts to Devi Parashakti, your expression of gratitude, love, and devotion, your expression of your sacred sentiments. So let us look at some of the offerings that you can make. The first is the e-hundi offering. Just like we have the hundi in every temple in the Hindu tradition, where you can offer any amount, any kanika token of your gratitude in the hundi. Similarly, we have the e-hundi, where you can offer any amount in multiple currencies. And Devi is described as the one who is fond of true devotion. So let us see this verse, which describes Devi's love for true devotion. It says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadharadhya, Sharvani Sharmadhaini. The meaning: Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, and the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadharadhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadhaini is Devi who bestows happiness on her devotees. And today, you can offer your gratitude, love, devotion, your sacred sentiments to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika in the e-hundi as your gift for Devi Parashakti.
Yes. And the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting, the offering of your conscious resolution. So any time that you want to start a new endeavor or start something new in your life, or just want to manifest something in your life, you always want to set a conscious resolution, an intention for what it is that you want to manifest. You offer that conscious resolution at the feet of Devi Parashakti. You will be blessed with Devi's overflowing energy to manifest exactly what it is you want in your life. And it is stated that the goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed to without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So when you offer this Sankalpa chant to Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with the fruition of all the desires in your life. As we listen to the rest of the offering, we have a very special and exciting announcement. We will be having the live BHAVASAMADHI darshan of Bhagavan Venkateshwara shortly at 7 a.m. IST. So do stay tuned for that. And now we will continue on with the various offerings.
That's wonderful. So yes, so now we have the offerings, the various other offerings for Devi Parashakti that you can offer as we get ready for the darshan. So the Sahasranama Swarnaka, so the offering of the pure gold coin for Devi Parashakti, each coin inscribed with one of her 1008 sacred names. You can make this offering in 3 different denominations and offer any number of coins Devi is described as the Nama Parayana Prita in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. It means she who likes repetition of her various names. And this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu is a very special and unique offering. And the Archana is offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer these gold coins inscribed with the 1008 names of Devi and be blessed to imbibe the Adanta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself with this offering. So you can make these offerings on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas.
Next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi is very well known to be adorned in pearl. And the pearl represents the compassion of Devi. This verse, it states, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. When you offer this Mukta Anguti to the Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with the overflowing compassion of Devi Parashakti. Manifest all of your business endeavors.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the offering of the golden lotus. The verse from Kamikagama, one of the verses, describes significance of the gold lotus. And this verse says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbha Varana Samyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradhya Hema Pankajabhushitaha Sapidanas Chakurascha Pakva Bilva Palaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvitaha. And it describes that all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. The base of Paramashiva's linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who's about to bloom. So you can offer this gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes that you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers and being of Devi manifest in your inner space amidst any and at every adverse situation in life. So you can make this offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. These and all other offerings. You can sign up for any of these offerings on the website.
The next offering is the Swarnamati, the gold toe ring. And it is described that Devi, in this verse, it describes the power of Devi's toenails. You whose brightness from the toenails destroys the ignorance of the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpower that of the lotus. So you can see that just the very toenails of Devi Parashakti have the power to destroy the ignorance in the minds of the devotees. And when you offer this Paranamati, the golden toe ring, the feet of Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with all auspiciousness, even in the most difficult aspects of your life.
And the next offering that we can make to Devi Parashakti, the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as Sudha Sharabhivarshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. That is she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, represents the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can make the offering of the Swarna Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. So you can make the offering of the Swarna Mangtika on the website also, www.kailasamedya.com/savers.
Next offering is the Pratiksha Pada Puja, the worship of the divine lotus feet of Swamiji, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of you. And it describes in the Saundarya Lahari that the toenails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestials, who always prostrate before Devi. And Tamoguna is darkness in this stotram. Tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of the devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So we can offer the Pratiksha Pada Puja to the feet of Swamiji, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of you. And receive the most auspicious blessing on your path to enlightenment.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth. And this offering is traditionally made as a prayer for the divine to always grace with the protection of the divine. So you can make this offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So here is the list of the various sevas and offerings that you could make. The E-Hundi is a general donation, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Satna Kasu, and the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Meti, the Swarna Mantika, the Pratiksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. And we have very simple process. To make your offering, you can visit kailasamailer.com and we will shortly be visiting that website to guide you through this process. And in the meantime, you can go ahead and take a moment to join as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. As we just announced, we will be having the live Bhagavan Sudareshwara Darshan very shortly. So if you go ahead and join as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you can ask your questions live during the BHAVASAMADHI session of Bhagavan Sudareshwara in the comment section of YouTube, and Bhagavan Sudareshwara will directly attend to you, will bless you, answer your prayers, and give you boon. And many people have already shared the various miracles of both Devi Parashakti and Bhagavan Sudareshwara, so do not miss out on this opportunity. Do go ahead and become a member of Kailasa's YouTube channel. Now let us go through how to make your offering to Devi Parashakti.
So here on this website, www.kailasamailer.com/savers, you have the various links, and in step 2, you can make your offering of the e-hundi and the offering of the Sankalpa resolution and any jewelry or offering of savers, you can make through this link on step 2. So you can make the offering of the e-hundi in multiple currencies: the US dollar, the Australian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, the Canadian dollar, the euro, the Indian rupees, the Singaporean dollar, the Malaysian ringgits, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make your offering in any amount. It is your unique, special, personal gift, personal offering of your sacred sentiments to the divine, to Devi Parashakti. So you can go ahead and make any offering of your choice. And you can also offer make the offering of the various jewelry or any offerings that you would wish to offer Devi Parashakti on this site. So you can offer the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mantika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva, and all of these offerings, the conscious resolution, all of these offerings can be made to Devi Parashakti on this website. So go ahead and make your favorite offering to Devi Parashakti as you get ready to receive the darshan. And today we will also have the live darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara himself very soon. And as we get ready to receive the live darshan, you can also join as a member on the YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/Nithyananda TV. That is the main YouTube channel, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, where you can join as a member by clicking on this link, and you can send in your prayer requests on the live chat on the channel. So you can make all of your prayer requests on the YouTube live chat. And if you have any questions on any of the offerings, or you would like to learn more, you can post a message on this chat as well, and we'll connect with you to assist further in any offerings that you would like to make. So as we get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti and the live darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara, BHAVASAMADHI darshan, let us now move to the next segment of this BHAVASAMADHI darshan, where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for humanity for the care and well-being, the protection of humanity during these times of the pandemic at the various spiritual embassies of Kailasa, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. So with this, now we'll be moving to the next segment. Thank you, Mother.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam. Welcome back to this segment. Nithyanandam, everyone. So with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learned from this segment today concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's contributions for global peace? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19, Kailasa's COVID care production centers, some glimpses, and why temple-based ecosystems, and UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions, join Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economies of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now, let us see some statistics, current views. The World Health Organization makes a big statement about Delta variant of COVID-19. The World Health Organization on Tuesday said that the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all the 3 other COVID-19 variants of concern that now represent a tiny fraction of the samples which are being sequenced. Less than 1% of alpha, beta, and gamma are currently circulating. It's really predominantly Delta around the world, said World Health Organization technical lead on COVID-19, Maria Van Kerkhove. The Delta variant, which was first detected in India last year, has become most fit, and it is more transmittable, and it is out competing, and it is replacing the other viruses that are circulating. And it has been detected in more than 185 countries till date. COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than influenza pandemic in the year 1918. The coronavirus pandemic has now killed more Americans than the 1918 influenza pandemic did. In the 1918 flu infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 675,000 deaths. And the COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now that the US death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000, the coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 influenza pandemic did. So Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone on Monday. So now COVID-19 officially US deadliest pandemic because of death toll crosses that of the 1918 to 1919 influenza flu. Now, people infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. According to a study, Washington, physical distance of 2 meters, that is about 6.5 feet, may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors, according to a study. The result published in the journal Sustainable Cities and Society suggests that physical distance alone is not enough to prevent human exposure to exalted aerosols and should be implemented with other control strategies such as masking and adequate ventilation. The researchers examined 3 factors: the amount and range of air ventilated through a space, the indoor airflow pattern associated with the different ventilation strategies, and the aerosol emission mode of breathing versus talking. They also compared transport of tracer gas typically employed to test leaks in the airtight system and human respiratory aerosols ranging in size from 1 to 10 micrometers. Aerosols in this range can carry SARS-CoV-2, the virus that carries COVID-19. COVID-19 Delta variant is still most concerning, says the World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others, senior officials with the World Health Organization said recently. I think the Delta variant for me is the ones that most concerning because of the increased transmittability, said Dr. Maria Varkan-Kove, the agency's technical lead for COVID-19, speaking during an online question and answer session. It's doubly transmittable compared to the ancestral strain, which means that it can spread to more people. In US, COVID-19 pandemic is now nowhere under control in the United States, says Chief Medical Advisor Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as an US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you cannot be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well before 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities, January 2020 to April 2021. The violent incidences related to the pandemic peaked in April 2020. Younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The younger age group of 18 to 24 affected more than the age, the effect is little lesser. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, January to June, which is of 6 months, what it was 11% in the year 2019. Now, in just 1 month of beginning of this year, it rose up to 41.1%. Some more statistics confirming the same, that younger adults are reporting symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder more than the older adults. Stress in America 2020, a national mental health crisis. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their lives. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to a preliminary research. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers before COVID-19 pandemic, depression was 15%, and now during the pandemic, it rose up to 40.7%. And before COVID-19 pandemic, the anxiety were 29%, now it rose up to 72% during the pandemic. Living under stay-at-home orders, the 1810 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. 55% of students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women, nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced those disruptions are connected. Their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of the countries globally since 1870. The COVID-19 recession has been the fastest, steepest downgrade in consensus growth projections among all global recessions since 1990. Most countries are expected to face recessions in 2020. International Labour Organization. COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. Mumbai Mayor says the COVID-19 is the third wave is already here upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. It's not coming, it's already here, said Kishori Padnekar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter has already been made in Nagpur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayor urged people to remain in their homes. The Mandals have been asked to allow people only 10 people and at a time and have them work in shifts, he said. The breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, IGIB, and Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. New COVID-19 variant Mo shows signs of vaccine resistance. All you need to know. A new coronavirus strain known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. Now, how to cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave and destroying many more lives. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, the pandemic fatigue settling is in as a result of continuous lockdown, is resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to the delusion and supporting this space of delusional decisions leads to delusional arrogance, that is Bhava Sankalpa. The continuous lockdown leads to delusional thoughts like, so what if I die? It's okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out, then exposing oneself, putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and insensitivity is the delusional arrogance. The global COVID-19 virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Join the COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now. Making peace with nature is possible only if we start now. Even amid a pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with the nature and to set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty, by 2030 if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip. Peace with the nature. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile situations requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the most of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. International Day of Yoga. The theme is Yoga for Well-being. The day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend lives and livelihoods of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, The COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety. The pandemic-related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimension of the pandemic, in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga, promoting both physical and mental well-being of humanity, has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It is particularly helpful in allaying their fears and anxiety. Sustainable Developmental Goals, a UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, the ancient practice that can ease stress of our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world to promote not only healthy lifestyle, but to promote peace and security in the world, said Dr. Nata Menapte, Executive Director of the New York office of the World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation, Yoga for Health. International peace and security. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of a decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime, displacement, and the prevalence of continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to a UN report, in the year 2019 alone, about 55% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involved the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have only prolonged violent conflict, making it difficult for policymakers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contribution toward the global peace and to the COVID-19 pandemic. How to cope. He has given so many spiritual solutions, so let's understand those. Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivana pushyati sarva bhutetu chatmanam tatona vigagupshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6, the global peace byproduct of the individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village or whole country. He is powerful enough, like incarnations, he moves the whole world and maintain peace for him. The individual bliss is the source for the global peace on the level of Om, the macroscopic and macroscopic level. Whatever level it may be, global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. Now, let's understand how to get the individual peace, the powerful technique that Swamiji has given in this video.
Being. More one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without, and those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. this month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the Samskara Dahana Kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be a better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be a better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be a better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful science. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita, strength of Advaita. Today the inner awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session with inner awakening, we are also lagging behind the syllabus. Actually, it is a good news, it's not a bad news, because participants are so sincere. They are going through the whole process so intensely, sincerely. Because of that, we are little delayed, but today I am going to catch up. Today I am going to spend more time and catch up with them, with the syllabus. So, I conclude today with this. I'll move to the next sessions, IA sessions and all that. Because never I conclude. There's no conclusion for satsang. It goes on and on and on. Only the audience change. So with this, I move to the next step. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, the self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means, I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly, everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always The idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing the accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means
Listen carefully.
The space of Shanti, the space of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion, So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen. Listen. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lasts all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send the challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also farm and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. What the work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the responsibility. Hindus.
So join the Kailasa's COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind-body emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold. Through the Paramashivoham program, bringing superconsciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity. By starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 3 million minutes now. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, that is sacred Sanskrit chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7. Helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease, by empowering individuals to heal themselves, learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into the manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailas Courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from the Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tirunamalai and Los Angeles, paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailash and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. BHAVASAMADHI Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Parashakti, Akashic reading, the cosmic revelations. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many people's, human beings, blind spots, and decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots, when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that the nature, Prakriti, resets itself. Many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world, as we know, is gone. Let us celebrate God. The isolation which is seemingly endless with an unknown future which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. Now it's time we all take responsibility to save humanity, to protect people from the pandemic fatigue and destruction. Let us try to enrich people for every one of those great spiritual solutions. Open this link and start sharing with as many people as possible. tinyurl.com/unclutchinginfo. It is free and open for all. Let us take a few minutes now and share with as many people as possible. Let us save the world. Let us give them the experience of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi initiation, and save the people from the pandemic and epidemic fatigue, destruction and delusion. Save the people from this Maya matrix and have a super consciousness breakthrough and sail through this pralaya, the pandemic. Now, people from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the sorry for the technical glitch. People from 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24/7 a day, 7 days a week, started from 13th May, Indian Standard Time. At any given time, there are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and the powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential from the form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce the crime globally by conducting the mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. The scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after the participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community practiced the meditation puja, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered at large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. About 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also hosted Kumbh Mela in USA in Los Angeles since 2007. The Nithyananda Sangha is interested as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside of India by Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for the world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States. The second Confluence of Peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, the International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. And one of the greatest contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is contributing is the initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, taking spiritual aspirants to high-energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also made it possible for modern-day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individuals and collective peace as a natural consequence. The United Nations Environmental Programme, the food system's whole key to ending world hunger. effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations has noted a dramatic increase in the world hunger. According to the state of the food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of the global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 108 million from 2019. According to the Eat Lancet Commission, moving forward, diets with a diversity of plant-based food, low amounts of animal source food, unsaturated rather than the saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains and highly processed foods and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult death each year. Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough and No Hunger Project under the Red Om, launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the Annalaya, the food donation centers, the Kailasa, at the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasas worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have served over 5 billion organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens of is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Now, one of the great contribution is of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is opening the Kailasa's COVID care centers. Under the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period. The outcome has been splendid, zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. Now you can see some of the glimpses of the participants of the COVID care program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy the stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, doing daily puja, temple sevas, kara sevas, and celebrating the festivals and much more. So join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us understand why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the temples. The Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and many other centers are temple based. So reviving the temple sciences is the key, which is the need of the hour through this pandemic. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have been come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now let us understand from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that explains about the science of temples.
and
antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people are able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures. They are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is a place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings are so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. One example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
जीवन मुक्ति प्रदम दे
So when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. Various COVID care centers opened across India, the Adi Kailas in Bangalore, Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam, Srirangapadi, and Madurai, Avattipalam, Huzur Adinam, all from Tamil Nadu, and Puduvai Adinam in Pondicherry, and Baroda Adinam in Gujarat, Sirpuram Adinam in Hyderabad. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. And free social services offered during the pandemic
In de facto special embassies of India are free medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks and organic farming. Join the COVID Care Protection Center. Register now through the link below https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So with this, we're going to moving on to the next part of this program after a very short break.
most easiest, most powerful, most inspiring, most exciting way to connect with life as the form of mother. Navaratri is the time to connect with Cosmos as mother. Celebrate Cosmic Mother. This 9 days we worship Mother, worshipping Divine Feminine.
यादुमादिनिन्द्राय काले ॐ काली ॐ शक्ति ॐ काली ॐ शक्ति ॐ शक्ति ॐ शक्ति ॐ शक्ति
There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He's a 9 unknown god. There's a village folk story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he is still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I'm really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of places. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduce Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know. and He can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Done, decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's best thing you can do in your life.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships.
Nithyanandam to everyone, all the people that are tuning in live for today's very special Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sahitya Samadhi Darshan.
Starting very, very shortly in less than 40 minutes. So let's all get ready to receive the darshan, the Paramashiva Sahitya Samadhi darshan of Irainar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul. And we request each and every one of you that have tuned in with us to let us know in the comment section if you're able to see us and hear us clearly. We welcome each and every one of you. Actually, the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sahitya Samadhi Darshan is one of the most awaited, most celebrated, most cherished happenings. Let's all get. Yes.
So each and every one of you that have joined with us today, get ready for an extraordinary journey. Get ready for an amazing journey to enter into, to prepare ourselves to receiving the darshan of Iranar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu. Yes. Now, as all of us are preparing, let's all understand who is Bhagavan Sundareshwara. What is the way to prepare to receive Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva? So we will be having the darshan beginning at 8 a.m. Indian Standard Time very shortly. It is about an hour and a half or so. So let us all get ready to prepare ourselves in receiving the darshan of Iranar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Param. As we are entering into that segment, each of you that are watching us, I can see Ma Dolly Reddy, I can see many of you who are commenting. Every viewer that is watching us live right now, please let us know in the comment section, what do you cherish the most about Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sahaja Samadhi Darshan? What is it? Like how when it comes to Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading, there is a set of things that people cherish the most: the motherliness, the grace of Devi Parashakti, the Kali's dance. There are different components that each and everyone cherishes. And in Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sahaja Samadhi Darshan, which is the most beautiful form of Paramashiva that happens in the Nija Avatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which component do you cherish the most? Please let us know. Take a minute or two to let us know in the comment section on YouTube. Yes, each of you can take a few minutes to comment, and also please let us know if you're able to hear us and see Ma Dolly Reddy, and also able to see Ma Lingzi Zhang, Devaraju Joseph Aya. All right, there are many of you who are commenting. Everybody that are watching us right now live, please take a few minutes to leave a comment. What do you cherish the most about Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sahaja Samadhi Darshan? And then, as all of us are interacting with each other, let's all get ready to understand who is Iranar Sundareshwara Paramashiva. He's the most compassionate, he's the most graceful and handsome form of Paramashiva that walked the planet Earth. When you have the darshan, the Paramashiva Sahaja Samadhi darshan of Iranar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu, you cherish, you nourish, you get to experience that same powerful components and that same aspects of Iranar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu. Let's all get ready for the rare, unique and powerful initiation into the God equation to make human beings into multiverse. Sorry for the delay.
Paramashiva, I will manifest the physics of my existence. Cognize this in your Hridaya Akasha, in the Gandha. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless, uncountable by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated. I am the space.
Sundareshwara Paramashiva, the space in which all of us get created, sustained, and get liberated. Each to attend, to answer to each and every one of our prayer, Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself is descending in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Now let us take a look at what is the current state of the world today according to the United Nations. A new scientific report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the IPCC, warns that we are on a crash course towards catastrophe if global temperatures are allowed to rise. The window to slow or even halt some of these worsening impacts is rapidly closing, and the message is clear. We must take the action now.
In 2019, fire was spreading throughout our planet. Quite literally. In places like Australia and the Amazon basin, where forest blazes supercharged by climate change wreaked havoc. In other places, mass protests flared up, fueled by a combination of job insecurity, growing inequalities, and discontent with the current economic, social, and environmental status quo. The economy has slowed down globally, stifled by trade tensions and political uncertainty. The little growth we have had has failed to reach those who need it the most. Progress towards higher living standards has stalled for many countries and vulnerable groups of people. This has only deepened inequalities which were already growing in many countries, spurred on by automation, climate change, and other global trends.
You can see the current crisis that's happening across the globe. Like in the brief video that we watched, be it the Amazon rainforest, the forest fires that's happening all over the globe, or the crashing economy, everywhere the whole the social institutions are all crumbling. The COVID-19 cases are spiking up. Actually, all of us should know. According to the World Health Organization, the total cases globally for COVID-19 is 221,742 the date. We have 220, more than 150,000 per day in United States alone. And experts warn that with the emergence of other variants could lead to another surge in cases. We are losing lives in millions. At this time of calamity, in this time of crisis, Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashivam compassion to humanity, like he blesses beautifully. He says, "O bound souls, listen intensely. Your impossibility and irresponsibility made you surrender yourself to the delusion. Cognize the ultimate truth. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. The moment you remember me, call me. I am here for you. Just remember him, call him, and he is here for us.
Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the greatest, unique, and complete manifestation of Paramashivam. So beautifully Swamiji says. He assumes physical, subtle, light body as and when he wants, plays with all the physical reality and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes, without even a reason, just for fun. Sometimes they manifest as Meenakshi and Sundareshwara as two bodies, one being. Sometimes both manifest as one body. And that's the reason all his manifestation and plays are called Thiruvilayadu. And this time, both have come together in one body. Ammayappan, he has come down in this physical form, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Due to his costless and limitless compassion, Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul is manifesting in all his glory as Purnavatara through this being of Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam as Nijavatar. From the Shuddhadvaita Paramashiva Sahitya Samadhi space, Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul will be manifesting through the supreme manifestation. He will be giving darshan, blessing us, and showering the boons as leelas in our lives.
Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Again, in the form as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just to continue his legacy, his leelas. Sorry for the technical glitch. Just to continue being available to all of us, to continue playing his divine Leela, to perform miracles in the lives of his devotees, to attend to our prayers, to continue the legacy as the ruler of the whole of Madurai, the Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Peetham, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity The Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When you are watching the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sahija Samadhi Darshan, when you witness the darshan of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva, your neurons mirror that of Swamiji's. These mirror neurons are the neurons which activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing, which means our entire body silently, without any movement, recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy which is radiated by the avatar. As an effect of the mirroring of neurons, all the powerful cognitions and powers of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva are mirrored in you. As Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva blessed us all, initiated all of us into the God equation. He said, exhale intensely. Whatever you have, Paramashiva will inhale in you. This is exactly the God equation. Nothing is more powerful than the power manifestation science. It is the most exciting spiritual science where you desire to manifest powers again and again. And you know Paramashiva is within you. He is manifesting. When you do that, you fall in love with Paramashiva every moment, in every minute. If he manifests, you know he is real. He is manifesting. Even if you don't manifest what you declare, you will manifest the jnana and vijnana, the knowledge and understanding, the possibility and powers of Paramashiva will manifest in all of us, just witnessing the Paramashiva Sahija Samadhi Darshan. Now, let us all understand a little bit about how Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva has come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa Unnata Shyamala Pita Sarvagnya Pitam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, creating Kailasa, the reviver of Kailasa, the macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as a 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetam. He is an incumbent emperor of Suryavamsha Surangi Samrajyam, the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Unnata Shyamala Pita Sarvagnya Peetam. He is a present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akada, the oldest and largest apex monastic order of Hinduism. You all can see that at a young age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, assuming his role as the emperor of the Tondai Mandala kingdom at a young age. You all can see the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the present incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsha Surangi Samrajyam, the exact Vamsha in which Sri Ramachandra Prabhu and various other great kings walked the planet Earth. You all can see the celebrations of Swamiji's coronation.
I apologize for the technical glitch. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagnya Pita, the present Mahamandaleshwara, Supreme Spiritual Head of Mahanirvana Akada, the largest apex monastic order. You can see the coronation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head of all the spiritual leaders of Atal Akhada, the ancient apex body of Hinduism. He is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Sargapura Madina, and he was elected as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders of the pontiffs.
Now, Bhagavan Sundareshwara, who is Irena Sundareshwara Paramashivoham? Bhagavan Sundareshwara is the embodiment of the manifestation of the beauty of the cosmos in flesh and bones. Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the consciousness, the superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu as a complete manifestation of Paramashiva, the physical, subtle, light bodies, when he wants, as his divine manifestation, he plays with all the physical reality, corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds and removes, deletes anything, even without a reason in the physical plane. Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu is the greatest, unique and complete manifestation of Paramashiva. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of compassion.
Actually, the Leelas done by Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu is enormous. And today we are going to be seeing one of the many Leelas played by Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu.
Actually, Paramashiva assumes the physical body 11 times in Madurai alone. Actually, he does a Leela 64 times. In the city of Madurai alone, he assumes 11 times just to perform his divine Leelas. Each action, the divine energy performs, becomes an independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand? Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Now, what is this Leela? We all can see the pictures of 64 Nayanmars. Now, who are these Nayanmars? What is this Leela? The Tiruvilayadal Puranam is a Puranam which is compiled by Sekira, and the Tiruvilayadal Puranam was also composed by Paranjoti Munivar, where this is a collection of 64 different Leelas from the 16th century, the Leelas performed by Paramashiva, which was compiled by Paranjoti Munivar. They describe the actions of Bhagavan Paramashiva on planet Earth in a number of disguises to test his devotees to grant them boons. So each of Sundareshwara's dimensions are recorded as his one Leela. In the Vedic tradition, we have 64 arts. Each leader, each complete being has to master the 64 arts. In that, even horse riding, astrology, mastery, mastery in medicine, mastery in surgery, mastery in painting, mastery of dance. Each Leela of Sundareshwara proves his mastery on each art. There was never ever such an amazing imagination or visualization of the ultimate without reducing its Ananta Kalyana gunas at the human level. Just connecting to this dimension of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu blesses us with the ability to experience a blessing in the same dimension. Actually, we all can see these 64 Leelas are related to the 63 Tamil saints, the Nayanmars, who are great Shiva Bhaktas. The Nayanars were a group of 63 saints living in Tamil Nadu during the 3rd to 8th century CE, who were extremely devoted to Paramashiva. The list of the Nayanmars was initially compiled by Sundaramurthy Nayanar in his poem, the Tiruttonda Thogai, where he sings, Adiyarukkum Adiyen. He says, in 11 verses, he sings the names of the Nayanar saints up to Karaikal Ammayar, and he refers to himself as a servant of the servants. He says, Adiyarukkum Adiyen. The list goes on into detailing the lives of these 63 Nayanmars, which were described in detail in the works such as Tevaram, Periya Puranam, and many other scriptures.
So today we are going to be looking into a beautiful Leela of Pandyanukku Jwaram Teertha Padalam. Sambandhanathena Pandyasya Jwara Shamana. Athavirasidarimardhanasya kulendripaha kopi gunairudharaha apyunnatam sparatarairashobhihi achakshate kila kubja pandyam. In the clan of Parimartha Pandya king, a king who was known for his magnanimity and who stood tall due to his widespread fame, was born with a hunched back. Hence the people called him as Kun Pandyan.
Sapandyavamsha prabhavopi devaha sansargadoshan chiramarhatanam avapadikshamaphi tanmatena duruttaro durjana samprayogaha. Though the king Gun Pandyan took birth in the Pandya clan, which had deep devotion for Paramashiva, due to the ill effect of his long association with the Samanar, the people who used the misunderstood ideas of the authentic Jainism and used those misunderstood ideas to spread violence. He had not only fallen in their trap, but he had received the initiation too. What to do? It is difficult to revert from the association with the wicked people.
Ashanganiyopi na veda vedyoho abrahmano yatra kilantaraya tasmin vishuddha shivadasavamshe sambandha ityaviri kumaraha. In a clan consisting of great devotees of Paramashiva, which were quite sincere, integrated in observing the truths revealed in the Vedas and other scriptures, and performing the duties prescribed in the scriptures without any hindrance, a boy named Jnana Sambandhar was born.
Sapandyavamsha prabhavopi devaha sansargadoshan chiramarhatanam avapadikshamaphi tanmatena duruttaro durjana samprayogaha. Goddess Parvati, Parashakti herself, protected the child by feeding her own breast milk, who once was struggling without his biological mother. After this incident, people are addressing the child as Jnana Sambandhan and Jnana Puranan, as the child got enlightened at the childhood itself by the grace of Parashakti.
Kandanshajah sadvija sarvabhaumaha tarunya eva khila tantra vedi trayanta siddhanta drisha purarehe utkarshamuchai vishadi chakara. The child, who was the pride of the Brahmin community, was the reincarnation of Lord Muruga. During the childhood itself, he learned all the scriptures, and keeping the Upanishads, the Hindu scriptures which reveal the underlying truths, as a testimony, he clearly explained supremacy of Paramashiva.
Tam bhasma rudraksha shadashaksharanam tatvavabhaudhe kanidhim mahantam aradhya kechit kalim bhyajaishuhu pachelim aprakana punya yogaha. Jnana Sambandha, being the embodiment of the tattvas like sacred ash, the bhasma, the rudraksha, and the shadakshara mantra of Saravana Bhava, Lord Muruga, was considered as an enlightened being, and some people worshipped him as a result of their good deeds in their past birth and won over the evil attacks of the Kali Yuga.
तथागताचार्यक दुर्विपाक तमोवृत्ते राजकुले तदानीं मन्त्री च राज्ञो महिषी च तस्य भक्तिं परामोहितुरुचिन्दचूडे. While the king Kunpandian's clan was surrounded by the harmful darkness of ignorance due to the preaching of the Samanaracharyas, the queen and the minister remained deeply devoted to Paramashiva, who adorned his matted locks with crescent.
सम्बन्धनाथाग्रिसरोजयोस्तु आबध्य भक्ति महती मनन्यां प्रायस्य तां त्रातुममुं प्रदर्श्य मग्नं नृपबाह्यमतान्धकूपे. Both the queen and the minister, who had incomparable and deep devotion to the lotus feet of Tirujnana Sambandar, explained to him about the position of the king and tried to save the king, who was drowned in the heat of the dilapidated wealth, that is the deep ignorance.
कदाचिदासीदत कुब्जपाण्ड्यः तापज्वरेण ज्वलताभिभूतः यत्रार्हतानां नृपदेशिकानां यत्नः समस्तो विफलविभूव. Once King Kunpandian was attacked by extremely high fever and was struggling. All the efforts taken by Samanaracharyas, the king, to heal the king were unsuccessful.
देवी तदा देशिक सार्वभौम आरोग्य हेतोरवनीश्वरस्य सर्वज्ञमभयर्थनया महत्या सम्बन्धनाथं स्वयमानिनाय. At the time, for the sake of the king's health, the queen herself very much pleaded with Tirujnana Sambandar, the enlightened master.
संज्ञानपूर्ण प्रविशन्द्रशातं सम्भावयामास्रुजाभिवृद्धं कोटिरकोटिन्दुगलत्सुधार्ध अन्तस्मरन् देवमहङ्ग्रहेण. The enlightened master Tirujnana Sambandar, while entering the king's palace, remembered the form Paramashiva, who remained cool always due to the oozing of nectar from the crescent moon adorning his crown, and meditated upon the sacred truth of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, in his inner space. That moment, just looked at the king, was affected by the heat of high fever. He showered his grace on the king just through his mere look.
अत्याश्रमस्थो मुनिरस्य राज्ञो भाग्येन फाले भसितं लिधाय पस्पर्शहस्तेन च तं महेश पादारविन्दार्चन भावितेन. Saint Jnanasambandar was established in the state of enlightenment, which is beyond all the rules and regulations of the ashrama dharma, the duties of 4 stages of life as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, smeared the sacred ash on the forehead of the king as a result of the good deeds performed by the king in his previous births. He also applied the sacred ash on the chest of the king with his right hand, which had worshipped the divine feet of Paramashiva. While applying the sacred ash, Jnanasambandar also sang the divine and the healing words of Tirunitra Padigam.
Sasprishtmatro bhagavattareణ शिवाभिमर्शेन गुरोःकरेण तत्याज विश्वत्रयभेषजेन तापज्वराति सहसा नरेन्द्रः. On receiving the sacred touch of the divine hands of Tirujnana Sambandar, which is described in the Rudram as the most auspicious, the most holy, and the healing medicine of the three worlds. The king got rid of this high fever instantly.
औदर्यवह्नि ज्वलनोत्थिततां ताम् आर्तिनिवृतां मुमुदे सपश्यन् देवी तु शान्तं विदति जहर्ष भवज्वरज्वालमहातिविषङ्गम्. As the heat existing in the stomach was spreading all over the body, the king was suffering. When the king got rid of that suffering, he became very happy. The queen too became happy for the complete healing of the king. She rejoiced that not only the physical heat of the king got healed, but the religious heat of the samanar, the people who misunderstood the ideas of authentic Jainism and used the misunderstood ideas to spread violence, was also put off the king's life.
Parinamenam padavakyamane Trayanta Siddhanta Gurum Mahantam Asadhya Jalpaya Sakrit Pravritta Asan Kshanada Prabdhibhajanendraha. The physical heat which got removed from the king's body by the graceful eyes of Trignana Sambandha got doubly evolved in the hearts of the samanar monks.
The story continues in 63rd Leela, called Bhaudhanam Shularopanam. Ashtau Sahasrani Tathagatanam Ashteshu Shaileshu Kritaspadanam Jate Bhishange Maduramavapu Jalpena Jetum Shivadeshikam Tam. 80,000 Samanargal, the people who misunderstood the ideas of authentic Jainism and used that to spread violence, were living in the 8 mountains all over the earth. They were adept in various forms of pranayama. When they got defeated by Jnana Sambandha while curing the physical illness of the king and the wandering devotee of Paramashiva, they decided to win over him by debating with him. Hence, all of them gathered in Madurai.
Utsrijya sarvanyupabrahmanani mimamsitanyaya drishtai ullangya tarkanyapi pamaraste sambhuyatam pratyayato jigishan. Trignana Sambandha was an expert in various fields like Vyakarana, Mimamsa, Tarka, and was well versed in philosophies of Upanishad. The moment the samanar monks approached him to start their debate, they got stuck mentally and became speechless.
Samsaratapanakhilani hantum shaknotyahimsaiva hi shakya drishta nayo mahesho na shiva vibhutihi ityarhata swamalikhin pratignyam. The Vedic religion is proved categorically right by the justifications of the philosophy like Mimamsa Shastra and is well established by the inquiries of Tarka Shastra. Leaving aside all the valuable justifications, the Jain monk wanted to win over Jnana Sambandha just by their mere faith. In the life of Jnana Sambandha, in the life of the Pandya king, had happened this profound Leela of Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul, letting each of us experience the compassion, the ultimate love, the ultimate care, and the ultimate bliss of experiencing Sundareshwara. Let us all now enter into receiving the darshan of Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu. Just after a short break, we request all of you to be tuned with us. We will be right back with each and every one of you after a short break. Stay tuned to watch the Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan of Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburul.
most easiest, most powerful, most inspiring, most exciting way to connect with life as the form of mother. Navaratri is the time to connect with Cosmos as mother. Celebrate Cosmic Mother. This 9 days we worship Mother, worshipping Divine Feminine.
Yadumadinindrai Kali, Om Kali, Om Shakti, Om Kali, Om Shakti, Om Shakti, Om Shakti, Om Shakti.
There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He is the 9 unknown god. There is a village folk story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he is still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of place. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduce Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know. and He can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you just mean don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's best thing you can do in your life.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years.
Nithyananda, welcome back to your viewers. Now, let us all enter into preparing ourselves to receiving the Paramashivoham Samadhi Darshan of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu. Now, what is BHAVASAMADHI Darshan? What is the meaning of Paramashivoham Samadhi Darshan? When you are receiving the Darshan of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu, your whole inner space is lifted out of space and time, because this whole thing is not happening in the space and time. In fact, BHAVASAMADHI Darshan lifts you out of the space and time dimension. And during the BHAVASAMADHI Darshan, our very neurons mirror that of the avatar. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar, where the brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing, without the physical act of imitation.
That is, our entire body silently, without any movement, recreates what is happening in the avatar distances far away and experiencing that superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. See, understand. The science of BHAVASAMADHI Darshan is not bound by any obstacles, distance. You might be sitting in Singapore, you might be sitting in the US, you might be sitting in Australia, you might be sitting anywhere in the world. But the avatar's energy will be reaching to you instantly without any sort of an obstacles. Because the science of BHAVASAMADHI Darshan knows no distance. A phenomenon the modern science is just discovering and terming as quantum tension. And when you enter into this space, your thought per second just drastically reduces. And we relax into space beyond thoughts, the thoughtlessness, becoming mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond duality, where we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. So to understand more deeper into this concept of quantum tunneling, it's a probability of a quantum particle, let's say an electron, with less kinetic energy to cross over a potential energy barrier or an energy hill. Let's say an electron with low kinetic energy is having to cross over an energy barrier. Now, can it cross over? There are two scenarios. We know electron acts both as a particle and as a wave. So as a particle, this electron cannot go over it, it will roll back. Whereas as a wave, it can just propagate through it. So that phenomenon where as a wave it can propagate through it is called as quantum tunneling. And this is the exact science that is imposed upon us during the BHAVASAMADHI darshan.
The science behind quantum tunneling is what is exactly imposed on the people who witness the BHAVASAMADHI darshan, where our brain neurons are able to mirror the neurons of the divine immediately through quantum tunneling, where we are able to travel through the divine energy, mirror the exact same neurons.
Now let's understand the science of BHAVASAMADHI darshan. The Chaitanya Charitamrita. There's a very beautiful incident that's described. Once, when Krishna sees his own sweetness reflected in a jeweled world, it was amazing sight. How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep yet indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like nothing. When I see my own sweetness, I become greedy to taste it. See, the science of BHAVASAMADHI darshan is where the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the pure consciousness, formless, expresses through the Divya Sharira light body and manifests in the physical embodied form as the Nijavatara. Now, there's a beautiful verse from Malini Vijotara Tantra, which goes as Kathana Chakti Patadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguru Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. By the enlightening teachings of the Guru Katana, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of spiritual powers, by the complete loving favor of the Guru Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, the Paramam Padam is attained. To give an example of this, Bhagavan Paramashiva, the pure formless, expresses through the being, the Divya Sharira of Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical embodied form of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The deities in the temple, the Archavataras, do reflect and manifest the superconscious energy. But since we human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences directly from the Archavatara, the physical embodied form, the Nijavatara, manifests and bridges this gap. Now, when we have the BHAVASAMADHI darshan of Nijavatara manifesting various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened. Understand? The dimension of Paramashiva manifesting the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is BHAVASAMADHI darshan.
During the BHAVASAMADHI darshan, our whole being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. The BHAVASAMADHI darshan is a direct experience to causeless bliss. Even without much effort from our side, our very bio-memory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness. And to have a glimpse of having a darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of lifetimes, creates a deep and a lasting transformation in us.
Now, what is the best space to see this darshan from? Gratitude. Because experiencing gratitude in all levels makes you so pure. All your needs, wants, the conscious resolutions, Satya Sankalpas just drop. And you become ready, pure, ready to reflect the pure consciousness of Paramashiva. And that is all you need to manifest the best for your life and the lives of people around you.
Now just sit with the context. Saying, Hey Prabhu, Parameshwara, I know you are everything. You are the source of everything. You are everything and you are in the embodied form as a Supreme Pontiff. and you are in this body also. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi. Now in the same space, let us take a minute or two to set up the Panchopachara Puja kit as all of us are entering the puja. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra as an initiation diksha that transmits energy, experience, and powers in the form of sacred mantras. Just like how the avatar transmits shaktis by a look, nayana, or a touch, sparsha, similarly the avatar births himself as the mantra, which encompasses all his shaktis, energies, and transmits that to his devotees. Anyone to whom this mantra is being chanted from the space of oneness and deep restful awareness, that person is bestowed with health and well-being, wealth, abundance and prosperity, love and fulfilling relationships, enormous growth and success in business, job and finances, a complete and a fulfilled life manifest without any types of sins, evil eyes, obstacles, doshas, leading to a long, healthy and a blissful life. Let us all now enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra. Today, Kailasa's Department of Human Services and Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is offering the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra prayer service on behalf of each and every one.
We are offering the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra and praying for you to be healed from all kinds of health issues. We are offering prayers for you to be healed from any kind of a psychological stress, anxiety. We are offering the prayers for you to be healed out of addictions, moving out of depression, moving out of pain patterns. We are offering the prayers for your improved career, for you to heal any issues in your relationships with spouse, family, and profession. We are offering prayers for you to experience a breakthrough in the wealth dimension, so that you can attract abundance, prosperity, and wealth in your life. We are offering our prayers for protection for children often during the pandemic. We are offering the prayers for those of you who have been subject to natural calamities, protection from natural calamities. We are offering our prayers for you to have protection from any kind of lost job, wages, and income. We are offering prayers so that you receive a solution to any problem that you're facing in your life. We are offering our prayers so that you can experience a breakthrough in creativity, increased inspiration. We are offering our prayers for you to move out of any debt, financial stress that you are going through. We are offering our prayers for you to experience increased energy and vitality. We are offering our prayers for you to be healed from any kind of an insecurity, protection from any direct and indirect effect of the pandemic. We are offering our prayers for the leadership consciousness to be awakened, for you to be healed from any genetic or inherited disorder. We We are offering our prayers for you to be experiencing healing in your muscle memory and biomemory.
Let us all now enter into the Paramashivoham mantra. Please sit straight. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamuktim Dvandvatītam Gagana-sadrisham Tattvamasya-adhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Sadguru, who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without three qualities, called the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. You will not be entering into the conscious resolution. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality.
Om Amopata Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham.
I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya.
Who is the God of all gods? Who is the greatest of gods? The Lord of the universe and multiverses, and who is the Lord of the cosmos?
Sakala Jaga Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tirobhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya.
The one who does the five cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation.
Adimadyantarhitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gocharasya.
The one who is the beginning, middle, and the end, the one who is immeasurable.
Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahatantrakhya Shaivagamaswarupasya Sakala Nigamaagamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nithyananda Padastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Satchidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akhandadi Visheshanasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya cha Prityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararde Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasutamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambo Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Kande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsarana Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasara Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarna Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau.
During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvatamanu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharata Varsha, in the subcontinent called Bharata Kanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shakayara, during the auspicious year, which is one of the 760 years which is in practice, of which Prabhava is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in the auspicious season, in this auspicious month, in this auspicious Paksha, which is the phase of the moon, on this auspicious Tithi, which is the number of the day from the new moon on the full moon, on this auspicious day, during this auspicious Nakshatra, the Vedic star, during the auspicious Yoga and auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment.
आदिकैलासे कल्पवृक्षस्य अधः नित्यानन्दनगरे स्मृतस्मृतानां मुक्तिदायके महाक्षेत्रे. Now we request all the participants, whether you're offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else. If you're offering for a male, kindly chant the male names now. Namadheyasya. Now, we request all the participants, whether you're offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else. If you're offering for a female, kindly chant the female names now. Namnyaha cha yajamanaanamavayoho sahakudumbanaam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham.
For all who are participants, hosts, and we with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone.
सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वमङ्गलवाप्त्यर्थम् उत्तरोत्तरनवचिह्न स्थिरलक्ष्मी प्राप्त्यर्थम्.
Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth.
कुटुम्बे सर्वेषां सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं चिन्तितमनोरथवाप्त्यर्थम्.
Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness, and anything which is desired be fulfilled.
समेषाम् आदिव्याधिनिवृत्त्यर्थं समेषां शिरादिपादपर्यन्तं विद्यमानानां समेषु अङ्गेषु जनितजनिष्यमान सकलविध नानाविधरोगाणां व्यपोहार्थं तद्वारा रोगदृढगात्रवपुः सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let all the chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained.
समेषां परैकत्रिभिश्च कृतकरिष्यमान सकलविध मंत्र तंत्र यंत्र विशेषचूर्ण आभिचार संहन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मांत्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षण प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting and diarrhea, upsetting and ruining the health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc.
मृत्यु दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं काल मृत्यु अकाल मृत्यु दुर्मृत्यु निवृत्त्यर्थम्.
And all the doshas and ill effects related to death, like the strain death, unnatural death, fatal death, be removed.
समेषाम् अन्तर्दृष्टि बहिर्दृष्टि क्रूरदृष्टि व्यापारदृष्टि अनुकूलदृष्टि प्रतिकूलदृष्टि इत्यादि सकलविध दृष्टदोषनिवृत्त्यर्थम्.
That all the effects of the evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruel people eyes and the evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are well-wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of people who are against our well-being be removed.
समेषाम् अंतःशत्रु बहिःशत्रु क्रूरशत्रु व्यापारशत्रु अनुकूलशत्रु प्रतिकूलशत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रुबाधा निवृत्त्यर्थम्.
That all the effects of the inner enemies and outer enemies, fierce enemies and business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good and enemies who project themselves as who work against our well-being be removed.
समेषां मातृशापादि सकलविधशापानां व्यपोहनार्थम्.
Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed.
अनादि अविद्यावासनया प्रवर्तमाने अस्मिन् महति संसारचक्रे विचित्राभिः कर्मगतिभिः विचित्रासु योनिषु पुनः पुनः अनेकधा जनित्वा.
From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange.
केनापि पुण्यकर्म विशेषेण भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य अपरिमितया कृपया इदानीन्तन मनुष्य जन्म प्राप्तवताम्.
Yet, due to some good action, with the extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body.
समेषाम् इह जन्मनि पूर्वजन्मनि जन्म जन्मान्तरेषु सर्वैः कृतानां शिवनिन्दा देवी निन्दा गुरुनिन्दा दोषव्यपोहार्थं शिवापराध देव्यपराध गुरुवपराध दोषव्यपोहार्थम्.
Kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the past birth, present birth, or in any of the births we remove. Any kind of crimes committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru we remove.
ब्रह्महत्या सुरापान स्वर्णस्तेय गुरुतल्पगमन तत्संसर्गाख्य पंचमहापातकादि समस्त पाप व्यतिरिक्तार्थम्.
At the 5 great sins like killing a Brahman, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing wood, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the other abomination sins be removed.
अपि च सर्वे बाल्ये वयसि कौमारे यौवने वार्धक्ये च.
That all the karmic effects of the action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person.
जागृत स्वप्न सुषुप्ति अवस्थासु.
That all the karmic effects of the action done in the wakeful dream or deep sleep state.
कर्मेन्द्रिय ज्ञानेन्द्रिय व्यापारैः संभावितानां.
That all the sins done through the karmendriyas, that is the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hand, speech, excretion, reproductive organs, and the jnanendriyas, that is the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin.
रहस्य कृतानां प्रकाश कृतानां अतिपातकानां उपपातकानां संकलीकरणानां मलिनीकरणानां अपात्रीकरणानां जातिभ्रंशकानां प्रकीर्तितानां एवं नवानां नवविधानां बहूनां बहुविधानां सर्वेषां पापानां सद्यः.
Let the sins which were done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, the minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, unjustifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, and more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly.
अपनोदन द्वारा समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थं शिव भक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरु भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवत्व परमशिव स्थिति परमशिव शक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं.
Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness, and let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, and Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva be obtained.
कुटुम्बे सर्वदा सन्मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थं अन्योन्य प्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थं पूर्णत्व सिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वापनिवृत्त्यर्थं.
Let the whole family always be showered with all the auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed.
क्षिप्रारोग्यवाप्त्यर्थं आयुर्भिवृद्ध्यर्थं पूर्णत्व सिद्ध्यर्थं.
Let the healthy body be obtained immediately and instantly. Let longevity be bestowed.
व्यापारे उद्योगे च सर्वजनवशीकरणार्थं तद्वारा उन्नतोन्नतस्थान प्राप्त्यर्थं.
Let your charisma impress everyone in the business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position.
बहुधन सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थं गृह कनक पशुपुत्र पौत्र धन धान्य सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थं.
Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of household, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to worldly life.
आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां दोषपीडा निवारणार्थं आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां आनुकूल्यता सिद्ध्यर्थं.
Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let the auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of all the 9 planets.
भूम्यन्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्म राक्षस वेताल कूष्माण्ड डाकिनी शाकिनी इत्यादि सर्वारिष्ट निवारणार्थम.
Let all the evil effects of the action that cause calamities on the planet Earth, the evil effects from various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demon, Rakshasa, Brahma, Rakshasa, Vetala, those Kushmanda class of demons, Dakini, little devil, Shakini, the kind of female demon, be removed.
मनोव्याकुलता निवारणार्थम.
Let the mental confusion and worry be removed.
प्रारब्धे कर्मणि करिष्यमाणे कर्मणि आदिदैविक आदिभौतिक आध्यात्मिक विघ्न निवारणार्थम.
Let all the obstacles be removed with regards to action done or going to be done related to God, world, and spirituality.
समस्त ऋण निवारणार्थम धनलक्ष्मी धान्यलक्ष्मी संतानलक्ष्मी सौभाग्यलक्ष्मी विद्यालक्ष्मी शौर्यलक्ष्मी वीरलक्ष्मी विजयलक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम.
Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhanalakshmi, Danya-Lakshmi, food and grain, Santana-Lakshmi, offerings, Saubhagya-Lakshmi, fortune, Vidya-Lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya-Lakshmi, bravery, Veera-Lakshmi, heroism, Vijaya-Lakshmi, success be showered.
परीक्षासु उन्नत स्थाने विजय प्राप्त्यर्थं सर्व विद्या पारंगता सिद्ध्यर्थं मेधा शक्ति ग्रहण शक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं.
Let the top rank be obtained in the examination. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let all the memory, power, understanding ability be increased.
इत्यादि सकलविध सन्मंगलानि गुरुकृपा कटाक्षेन प्राप्त्यर्थं.
By the grace of Guru, let all the auspiciousness be showered upon.
श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़.
The one who ascended the Madhurayadinam Shyamala Peetham, which is the supreme place of Kailasa, where Paramashiva resides and rules the whole cosmos and Kailasa.
श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वर भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार.
The one who is no different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most beloved son of Paramashiva.
गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवर्त्रे.
The young boy who is the gem among Gurus and the unequaled avatar, the one who received enlightenment by drinking the breast milk of Devi Parvati, the author of the famous Dravida Vedam, which is the essence of all the Vedas and Agamas.
श्रीमद् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह कालादि समस्त विरजावल्लकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती.
The one adorned by the quadrangular palanquin made of pearls, received by the grace of Paramashiva, adorned by the musical instruments Ambarla, Chamaram, the sacred symbols of worship, adorned by the hymns of praises, the one who has won the whole enlightenment, whole world by his enlightenment and the signs of enlightenment, and been accepted by all kings as the supreme ruler.
सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीवूत परमत कलभ केसरी.
The shower of Videha Mukti and the immutable state of enlightenment immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people. The one who pre-expressed protecting leader, roaring lion, and the competing engagement for other religions.
शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण नरहार गजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ.
Acharya who established Shaiva Siddhanta, the Rajaguru of the Pandya, who is the supreme king of all kings, the Guru who is also the Pandya king, the supreme king of all kings, the enlightening sun that removes utter darkness of delusion, the one who installed the Rishabha flag, the creator, the reviver of Shaivism.
सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगत गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान.
The one who is the ruler of the Sarvagya Pita, the seat of omniscience, both avatar of such above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami, Upper Sundara and Manika Vachakar Swami, oh, the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shamala Pita Mahasamsthana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, oh, the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhana.
ऋणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान.
The one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvanya Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogeshwara.
कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान.
The one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Pita as the 233rd Pontiff Guru Mahasannidhanam in the lineage of Kailasa.
नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ.
The creator of the Nithyananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating such auspicious festive and having the attracting energy of enriching.
साक्षाची परमेश समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनुष्यापरि चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि. साक्षाक्षी परमेश्वर समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर.
The 1008 Sri Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Pita, established by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself and revived by sage Kapila.
साक्षाक्षी परमेश्वर सिंहासनाभिषिक्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर.
1008 Sri Atala Pitaadishwara of Atala Pita, which is an unbroken lineage of pontiffs starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of the Ganas and who was coronated by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself.
धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान.
The 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Swarna Pita.
कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु.
The Jagat Guru of Adipita Sarvanya Pita in the lineage of Kailasa.
श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद जगत गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां.
The one who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyasis and parivrajakas, the embodiment of the pure truth, consciousness and bliss, embodiment of the sacred syllable Om, the knower of the Vedas, the one who is established in the super consciousness.
तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ कामोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं मम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं च श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य च ध्यान षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधन पूजां प्रार्थनां करिष्ये.
ॐ आनन्दगन्धनिलयाय नमः।
ॐ भवरोगभेषजाय नमः।
ॐ कल्पतरवे नमः।
ॐ पशुपतये नमः।
ॐ पाशविमोचकाय नमः।
ॐ ईप्सितफलदायकाय नमः।
ॐ भाग्यवृत्तिपरिवर्तकाय नमः।
ॐ आधिव्याधिविनाशकाय नमः।
ॐ समस्तकल्याणगुणान्विताय नमः।
ॐ विडदिपुरीशाय नमः।
ॐ श्रीकैलासपतये नमः।
ॐ शिवशक्त्यैक्यस्वरूपाय नमः।
ॐ ह्रीं नित्यानन्दाय नमः।
ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिने नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। In the same space that all of us prepared through this Paramashiva Dhyana mantra, let's all get ready to receive the darshan of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Now, before entering into the darshan itself, we are going to also be listening and chanting to the Dhyana Shloka, the Shiva Purana, and it's so wonderful to see so many of you who are tuned in to this comment section. Just to let all the people that are coming know, just for all of your information, you can post your comments in this YouTube super chat, and those would be blessed by Sundareshwara himself.
And actually, as each of you that are watching us right now, as all of us are preparing for the Paramashiva Sayuja Samadhi Darshan and eagerly awaiting, we request each and every one of you to take a few minutes and share with us what do you enjoy the most about the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayuja Samadhi Darshan. What do you cherish the most about when you watch the darshan? Is it the form of Paramashiva, the form of Sundareshwara, or is it the effect, the feel that you have? What is your experience? What do you cherish the most by when you watch the Paramashiva Sayuja Samadhi Darshan? Please take a few minutes to let us know in the comment section.
And if you have seen and had the darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara, the Irena Sundareshwara Parampuru, the very first look, just captures you, enchants you, mesmerizes you, and you are there, just looking at Bhagavan, Irena, Sundareshwara, Paramashiva, Parampuru, just the most beautiful, the most enchanting form of Bhagavan, Paramashiva is Sundareshwara. And every day, when the red curtains are just about to open and we are about to have the darshan of Bhagavan, Irena, Bhagavan, Sundareshwara, Parampuru, we are all just waiting. What is the darshan that we are going to have? How is the darshan that we are going to have today? And recently I was speaking to one of the devotees who's from the Europe, and she was saying that just by connecting with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the two-way video conferencing on the Zoom, she had the experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. She had the experience of deep unclutching just by looking at the darshan and experiencing the 9 Diksha from the avatar. She was sharing a beautiful experience of just the whole inner space unclutched, and she was just able to be in the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So if you have had any such similar experiences, please feel free to comment. Would you post your comments in the YouTube live chat? And we are more than happy to know the experiences that each and every one of us have had, and continue to read each other's experiences so that we can enrich ourselves and enrich the world with our experience. And as we are preparing ourselves for the darshan, and those of you during the preparation, we had shared with you that the best space to receive the darshan is the space of gratitude. So whenever you come for the darshan, whether it is a darshan or a satsang, whenever you come for a darshan or for a program and you're just about to have the live darshan, Always have it as a habit, always have it as a lifestyle. And Paramashiva recommends it in the Agamas. Always out of gratitude, offering that dakshina, offering that Guru dakshina. Right? The scriptures say, never go to a Guru empty-handed. Always offer something. It could be a $1 super chat offering to a $10 donation to a $51. The amount doesn't matter. But you remembering it every time and connecting with our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, tirelessly blessing us every single day with the BHAVASAMADHI darshan. Now, what have we done to deserve this? Just from that space of gratitude, deep devotion and love and surrender at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can offer your super chat, offering as a Guru Dakshina, as a humble offering at the feet of the Guru. Of course, nothing can match the Guru's grace, blessings, and his compassion. But whatever little bit that we can offer as out of gratitude, you can offer it in the super chat option in the YouTube live chat. So without even moving away from the live stream, just inside of the YouTube live chat itself, you can just click and offer your offerings of gratitude at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Now we're going to be actually singing a song that Thirignana Sambandar, when healing Kun Pandian, he sings this called as Tirunitrupadigam. We're just going to be taking 2 verses from that and singing and narrating its meaning also. Singing this very song and just remembering Paramashiva, Thirignana Sambandar healed Kun Pandian, the hunchback Pandian, out of his hunchback itself. So this is a very song that we are going to be chanting now.
So just as all of us are going to be chanting this beautiful song, just sit back, stay tuned with us and enjoy as all of us continue to meditate on Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramguru in our inner space, as we all continue to connect with him to receive his playfulness, his blessing and grace in our lives.
Tiruchitrambalam Mandiramavada neeru Vanavar melada neeru Sundaramavada neeru Tudikkapaduvadu neeru Tandiramavada neeru Samayathillulladu neeru செந்துவர் வாயுமை பங்கன் திரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரே ஆலவாயன் திருநீரே திராலவாயன் திருநீரே வேதத்தில் உள்ளது நீரு வெந்துயர் தீர்ப்பது நீரு போதம் தருவது நீரு உண்மை தவிர்ப்பது நீரு போதத் தகுவது நீரு உண்மையில் உள்ளது நீரு சீத புனல் வயல் சூழ்ந்த திரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரே ஆலவாயன் திருநீரே திரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரே.
The meaning of this verses is so beautiful. It says, the sacred ash is a mantra. The sacred ash is the one applied by the devas. The sacred ash, the bhasma, is prettiness. The bhasma is the one which is prayed to. The bhasma, the sacred ash, is the tantra. The sacred ash is the one in religion. It is a sacred ash of the Lord of Madurai, Sri Sundareshwara Paramashiva, who shared his body with the red-lipped Uma. The sacred ash is in the Vedas. The sacred ash is the one that cures the greatest of sorrows. The sacred ash is the one that grants wisdom. Sacred ash is the one that avoids the feeling of loneliness. Sacred ash is the one suitable for learning. Sacred ash is the one in the truth. That is the sacred ash of the Madurai, surrounded by cool springs.
And today, what sacred ash, singing this very same Trinitrupadikam, Thirignana Sambandar applied that sacred ash in the Pandya king, on the Pandya king, who was suffering with high fever, which was not curable. There's so many thousands of people that tried. But just remembering Paramashiva, when Tirungyana Sambandar applied that Vasma on the king's body, his fever instantly disappeared, and the hunched back king immediately was cured, and he was erect, and he was renamed as Neduneran Nayanar Pandian. And today, the Sundareshwara Paramashiva, who played this Leela of healing the fever of Poon Pandian, we are going to be having the very darshan of Hirenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva, who is going to remove all the sorrows, all the pains, sufferings that we are having in our lives and giving us that blissful and prosperous life, making everything that we want into reality. So
actually, now as all of us are watching as all of us are being a part and listening to this, we have so many people who are also commenting. Rangarajan Rajanaya, Dimitri Buandaya, Ma Renuka Kukreti, Tanu Bhagat, Devaraju Joseph, Margaret Johnson, G. Shinvi, Jayarani, and so many of you that are commenting. Ma Calgary Malar, Ma Nitya Lalatakshananda, Durga Lavichan, there are Manitya Dharmadarananda, Manitya Parvati Priyananda, Rahul Aswanyaya. Each of you, I request all of you to take a few minutes to share with us. What is it that you enjoy? We already have some of you who have posted. We have Rahul Aswanyaya, and Rahul Aswanyaya has posted, I enjoy his compassionate smile, eyes, face darshan, and his words and everything. And Ma Parvati Priyananda has posted, I see the loving glance of a mother, of a loving mother to her beloved children. And Dharmadarananda Ma has posted, the nectar in my throat and the beauty in my eyes, the bliss in my being. Ma, and she has posted what she enjoys. I request each and every one of you to share. When you see the cosmos, the beauty of the cosmos manifested in its flesh and bones, how do you connect? What do you enjoy the most in the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sahitya Samadhi Darshan? What do you connect with the most? Please take a few minutes to share with us in the comment section.
And as you are sharing this, you can also offer your gratitude just in the form of either the super sticker or your offering to the e-hundi, and so that this amazing blessing that you are receiving can be received by a lot more beings that are actually waiting. Now let us all get ready, enter into this deep meditative space. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Bringing your entire awareness to your Ananda Gandha, to your being center, which is 2 inches below your heart center, 1 inch above your navel center, the Ananda Gandha. Meditate upon the form of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu as he resides in your Ananda Gandha in his Nija Avatara as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly.
Continue chanting the Maha. Enjoy, cherish. The best way to receive Sundareshwara Paramashiva is through Leela Dhyana. Just cherish the divine Leelas that he is doing in your life. Continue. Just be in that pure space, oneness. You all can keep sharing with us how you have been experiencing Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva's darshan. So beautiful to see so many of you. Actually, the comments are getting flooded. A lot of you are continuously sharing. It's so nice to see the comments. Wesley Silva, Renuka Kulkarni, Patricia Bamburi, Margaret Johnson, lot of you, Devika Rani Airapatam, and Rahul Asanaya, Yogesh Rajagopal, Rangarajan Rajanaya, Devaraj Joseph, so many of you are sharing. I'm just going to be reading out a few of these comments, and all of you can just cherish those amazing dimensions of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva that you are continuously enjoying deep in your heart. Now Patricia is sharing, love the feeling connection, the beautiful smile and love, everything, just love. Margaret Johnson is sharing. And Madevi Karani is sharing, every darshan brings so much of relaxation and silence in my being, expansion of the space within.
Beautiful. And we have Rangaraja Rajanaya who is saying, I experienced Nirvikalpa Samadhi on seeing Swamiji. That's such a beautiful space to be in. I'm sure each and every one of you, no matter where you're sitting, you might be sitting somewhere in Australia, you might be sitting somewhere in the Canada, in the US, anywhere in the world that you are in right now. It might be just 8 a.m. in the morning, or it might be night, or it might be somewhere in your afternoon, any time of the day, anywhere, any corner of the globe you are from. Understand, you are blessed. In this moment, all of us are blessed to be receiving Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu. Right now, this darshan, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, is reaching out this sacred experience to people in 35,000 digital media platforms, in more than through 35,000 digital media handles, in more than 27 social media platforms, which exist in 108 plus languages, which is spread across, watched and followed by people from more than 150 countries in more than 1,500 cities around the world. Sorry for the technical. This darshan is being viewed by millions of people around the world. Understand? If you have stumbled upon this video at this point, you are blessed. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting exclusively for you. Like Sundareshwara Paramashiva has blessed. Just call me and I will be there for you. Just meditate upon Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Ask him anything that you want. Just call him and he will be there for you.
See, a lot more people who are just pouring in their comments. Devaraju Joseph has shared, I love his beautiful smile, love, compassion and humility and oneness with the Supreme Godhead. Rangarajan Rajanaya is sharing, I experienced pure space of oneness with Swamiji. Mapurna Pandalikar is saying, she enjoys the gentleness of Sundareshwara. Ma Guhamba, Manitya Guhamba Nanda is sharing, Nithyanandam, when I see Swamiji, I feel love. It's just overflowing and nothing else matters. Actually, it's so beautiful to see how so many are just experiencing, soaking in that love of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Actually, a lot more comments are there. Ma Durga is sharing, Ma Durga Lamit Chennai is sharing, ultimate bliss, love, completion, oneness with Swamiji, and the cute smile of Swamiji. I think Sundareshwara's, the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Darshan, one beautiful thing I think everybody literally enjoys is that smile of Sundareshwara, and just that look itself is overflowing, oozing with love. Just when he looks through the corner of his eyes, it's just filled with so much of love. You can literally feel that love on the air around you. So that just that smile, just that look is just so beautiful. That is why Sundareshwara is the god of beauty. He's literally the embodiment of beauty and grace of the cosmos in flesh and bones. So that is it. The name, the very word Sundareshwara means that. The most handsome, most beautiful form of Paramashiva. And you're having more and more comments coming in. Wesley Silva is saying, I love his voice. I could just hear him speak forever. You all can continue to be in the same space of meditation, and you all can keep enjoying, just cherish and enjoy these beautiful moments that you are having with Irena Sundareshwara Paramashivam.
Just connect to him, meditate upon him, visualizing him in your Ananda Gandha. Call him and he will be there for you. Sitting with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Continue to chant the Mahavakya as all of us get ready to witness, to have the darshan, to behold the darshan of Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parambhuru. Continue to chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. You chant it. Bring your entire awareness on.
Continue to be in that same blissful space. The whole Ananda Gandha, the region between your heart center and navel center, the region called Ananda Gandha. Just remember Irena Sundareshwara in your Ananda Gandha. Just cherish every moment of darshan that you remember. Just cherish it inside. All the divine leelas that he's playing in your life. Every moment that you have had with him. Cherish that inside you. He's just there. It's just so beautiful. Cosmic 911. Sundareshwara Paramashiva is called as Cosmic 911 because the moment you call him, he's there for you.
Continue to be in that same space. Connect with Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashivam. A space of deep gratitude, devotion, speak it with yet another. The most enchanting, the most charming, the most handsome, the most beautiful form of Bhagavan Paramashivam. Yes, Irena Sundareshwara Paramashivam in the Sahitya Samadhi Darshan. Continue to be in that same space as we get ready for the darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. Intensely connect with Bhagavan Sundareshwara. Let this very darshan bless us all with the experience of ultimate oneness. Bless us all with ultimate bhakti. Bless us all with all the health, wealth, spaciousness in our lives. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Let every pore of your being reverberate with the Mahavakya. And intensely have that deep connection to Bhagavan Paramashivam.
Continuously chant the
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda